I know. Hold on. Let me find it one when they say it. I'm tripping though, because Joe is what they expect. Nah, for real, Joe is 80 years old, bro. He really is. He 80. All right, hit me back when nah, just hit. No. Call yeah. Call him and see what time he wants or whatever. It's all good. Okay, we'll call. No, we'll call Jack. All right, bet. Now hold on. They tripping on Joe. Joe is 80 years old.
Corbin.
Joe ain't dropping out no race.
Calvin, a cold jet lag and a cold.
Oh man, come on with that.
Starts right now.
Also, top at 5 o'clock, new fallout from President Biden's debate performance. Sources are now saying the president is keeping an open mind about whether to stay in the race.
But the White House is vehemently denying these claims and pushing back on pressure to reconsider President Biden's re-election bid. Our DC Bureau Chief Ben Kennedy, live at the White House now with much more. Ben.
Calvin, a cold jet lag and a cold. That is what the White House said led up to what they call a bad night for Biden. President Joe Biden met with congressional leaders and Democratic governors Wednesday in an effort to address concerns following his poor debate performance.
He owned that the debate was not his best night.
First, the White House said the commander-in-chief had a cold, but Biden now blames jet lag, telling donors at a fundraiser in Virginia.
So Joe is 80 years old. Joe is 80 years old with a cold and jet lag. That's what they said happened right here with Joe.
That he almost fell asleep on stage.
Wait a minute.
Wasn't very
Wait a minute. Wait.
First,
Joe almost fell asleep on stage. Hold up.
Said the commander-in-chief had a cold, but Biden now blames jet lag, telling donors at a fundraiser in Virginia that he almost fell asleep on stage, adding it wasn't very...
He say he almost fell asleep on stage, man. He say he almost fell asleep. Listen, Joe is 80 years old. I'm not trying to be funny. This just real. Joe is 80. I'm not making that up. What is 80 or 82? Joe is 82.
Smart to go on 2 foreign trips in June.
I would say I don't think it's a new excuse. There's a cold.
Hold on.
Best night.
First, the White House said the commander-in-chief had a cold, but Biden blames jet lag, telling donors at a fundraiser in Virginia that he almost fell asleep on stage, adding it wasn't very smart to go on 2 foreign trips in June.
I would say I don't think it's a new excuse. There's a cold. There's a jet lag. You combine that.
Biden returned to the U.S. 12 days before squaring off against former President Donald Trump, with sources telling ABC News that his debate prep included time for rest. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre made clear during today's briefing that he plans to remain top of the ticket come November, calling reports that Biden is evaluating if to stay in the 2024 race absolutely false.
The president is clear-eyed, and he is staying in the race.
Representative Lloyd Doggett became the first congressional Democrat to ask Biden to drop out, with some members of their party now turning to Vice President Harris as a possible replacement. Jean-Pierre.
I don't. Who want Kamala to? Anyway, let me see. Joe is 82 years old, man.
Was asked if the VP taking over came up during Biden's lunch with Harris this afternoon.
I mean, I just stated that the president is not dropping out. They regularly have lunch, and I'm not going to get into private conversation.
Now, we did see President Joe Biden today. In fact, this is video from the East Room of the White House. That is where he gave remarks during a Medal of Honor ceremony. But again,
look at Joe. Joe want to go home, bro. Look at him. Look at your face. If you was 82 years old, he 80. Bro, stop playing, bro. He 82 years old, man. He don't even know where he at right now. He ready to go home. That's all he want to do. He just want to go home.
Voters are concerned about his health. Jean-Pierre did add that Biden has not been checked out by a doctor since his physical in February. Reporting at the White House, Ben Kennedy, Local 10 News.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Ben.
Yeah, thanks a lot there, Ben, because we.
Before you go to bed tonight, drink a glass of this to help clear out eye floaters.
Did Harvard University... Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez in Washington. As public and private calls for President Biden to step aside after last week's debate performance are gaining momentum, with brutal new polling out this afternoon as the president and his White House allies feverishly work to salvage his candidacy and the remainder of his presidency.
Bro, how can okay, I'm finna watch the debate. I didn't watch it already. I'm just gonna watch it on here right quick. But one debate, they done had this debate and not like everybody like, hey man, Joe might need to we might need to make Joe step down. Like, man, Joe is 82, man. Why acting like this is a surprise? Like Joe was I don't want to say we all gonna get old, hopefully. Joe was old when he got elected. Joe, I'm confused. Why they acting like this something new? Joe wasn't young when he got in office. Joe was 78 years old when he got in. Trump 79. Man, let me see.
In just a few hours, President Biden is set to meet at the White House with Democratic
For real.
As sources tell me that the Biden campaign is now reaching out to conservative Democrats as part of an urgent effort.
Look at Joe trying to get down them stairs. Joe don't like this. Look, watch him trying to get off the plane.
Sources tell me that the Biden campaign is now reaching out to conservative Democrats as part of an urgent effort to prevent defections within the party from snowballing. The president is also personally working the phones with a flurry of conversations with top Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, Jim Clyburn, and Chris Coons.
Both
Biden and Harris spoke directly to campaign staff this afternoon, with the president telling his team, "I'm not leaving, and no one is pushing me out."
Joe say he ain't quit. Joe say he ain't dropping out the race. He going back on the debate. He don't care how slow he talk. Y'all better listen. Y'all better have some patience. Joe say he ain't going no damn well. Joe say he ain't going no damn well. Damn it.
A full court press by Biden officials comes as more Democrats are publicly voicing their frustrations, while Texas Congressman Lloyd Doggett became the first Democratic lawmaker on Capitol Hill to call on Biden to withdraw, telling my colleague Hallie Jackson last night that voters in his district say the president needs to step aside.
I would say that the input from my constituents has been 10-1 in favor of replacing President Biden on the ticket. And then
10-1. So he said his constituents. In other words, let me put it in layman's terms for my partners that everybody watch my channel. His niggas, 10-1. All said we got to get rid of Joe. Joe old. So that's what they saying.
With the Supreme Court decision on Monday, we know that if a criminal and his gang take over the White House, there will be no checks and balances from the courts.
The White House has pushed back forcefully on calls for the president to step aside or suggestions that he won't run, even amid recognition that he must overcome Thursday's bad debate to be successful. Here's White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
Is President Biden considering stepping down?
Absolutely not.
Joe said
and
no.
You heard, I believe directly from the campaign as well. It was not his best night. He understands that it is fair.
Joe said he had a cold and jet lag. Damn it. He ain't stepping down. It wasn't his best night. He had a cold and it was jet lag. That's what Joe said. Listen to the system.
Stepping down?
Absolutely not. And you heard, I believe directly from the campaign as well. It was not his best night. He understands that it is fair for people to ask that question. But we cannot forget his record and what he's been able to do. We cannot forget how he's been able to deliver for the American people for almost 4 years. That matters too.
Meanwhile, more signs of trouble in the polls. A post-debate New York Times Siena poll has President Biden's support eroding. Former President Trump holding a 9-point lead among registered voters. It's the first post-debate poll to show a gap outside the margin of error. That number tightens slightly to 6 points among likely voters, pushing it back within the margin of error. But just
so, in other words, that's why they want Joe to get down, because Joe losing right now. I don't know how they just, yeah. Them Trump niggas is, boy, they coming out the woods. Them Trump niggas coming out the woods. All them niggas that's locked up for that Capitol Hill shit, yeah, they family can't get out unless Trump go in there and get them out. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
And yet another poll out this afternoon from the Wall Street Journal shows a 6-point gap between Trump and Biden among registered voters, the widest lead for Trump in that poll since 2021. We should note, 2 other surveys released this week show a much smaller margin, with Mr. Biden tied or slightly trailing Mr. Trump within the margin of error. And joining me now is Monica Alba at the White House. Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill, and also with me, Peter Baker, Chief White House at the New York Times and an NBC News political analyst. Thank you all so much for joining us. And Monica, I do want to start with you. The president will meet with governors in just over 2 hours. What are we expecting from this meeting? And what are these Democratic governors looking to hear?
What's the difference between a service animal and an emotional support?
They just want Joe to fall out. They want him to pass out on stage.
I think it's notable, Gabe, that several of these governors are coming to attend this meeting in person, and that's because it seems they want to hear directly from the president. They want to have this exchange so that they can assess for themselves what the president is saying in public now and in private to his own campaign staff about his poor debate performance. And so I think they want to be able to have that opportunity to ask some questions and to participate in this. And many of those governors...
Okay, layman's terms again. They want to come put their eyes on Joe. They want to see how Joe acting when the cameras, they yeah. So they want to come in, they want to assess Joe. They need to put their eyes on him. Like, they want to see if he delusional or whatever. That's what that really means. She just said it in a fancy way.
Governors expressed some concern in the initial days after the debate that they hadn't heard from the president. So this is also just an opportunity for them to be able to have that and then also be able to go back to their states and to their constituents and try to maybe relay some of whatever the message may be from the president or from the vice president, which we got a clear window into earlier today from both the campaign call and then the call with the White House chief of staff. But I think, Gabe, there's really a recognition here that some of the president's own key allies privately have been saying that they have concerns about what they saw on the debate stage and that they really need to know that some of that can be addressed before they can make a larger comment or statement about what they think the president should do in the race. And we saw that similarly from some top congressional leadership as well. But the White House...
All right, lamest terms again. So Joe, so-called homeboys, is calling other people saying they worried about him. Yeah. It's Republicans. I ain't into this politics stuff too much, so this shit is just entertaining. I clicked on it and I can't help it. Like, just get real blowed and watch this shit like I'm doing. This is not normal. This ain't no regular boring ass politician shit. This shit is interesting. Joe is doing shit. He falling off bikes. He falling upstairs. Trump is turning more and more orange every day. Just watch this shit.
Knows that the governors are really important since they include, of course.
Now, y'all listen to it and decipher it though, because they gonna use the fancy language. Y'all do the layman's terms. Now break down what they saying and just put it in your own in your own words and watch how entertaining this shit is. I'm not that blowed. I am that blowed, but shit, y'all smoke something and watch. Just listen and break it down in the layman's terms so y'all can say, yeah, this shit is funny. Like,
now, Monica, the president was pretty emphatic in his earlier campaign call. What do we know about how that was received among staff?
And look, I think it tells you a lot, Gabe, that they decided that it was important enough for the president and the vice president to join this call. They hadn't really communicated in that way with campaign staffers since the disastrous debate performance. So I think the fact that they did get on this and tried to really say in the plainest of terms, the president said, essentially, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving. No one is pushing me out. I am going to be committed to this. I'm going to be the nominee. And he said, I'm in this race to the end, and we're going to win. That is what he wanted.
So, okay, layman's terms. All the Democrats, all of them, they came to Joe. Not just the Republicans. They all gathering around Joe now. Like, hey, Joe, you all right, bro? Like, you was slitting, you was whatever. Joe said, I had a cold and I had jet lag. And I'm 82 years old and I ain't going no damn well. Basically, that's layman's terms.
To communicate, and the vice president, for her part, said, look, you guys know Joe Biden, and he has fought for you and for Americans for decades. And she essentially argued it's our turn, in her words, to now fight for him. So this unity image is something they...
So then Kamala asked, Kamala said, what she just said, Joe been fighting for us for these, whatever. Now it's time for us to fight for him. So in other words, Kamala's, she down for whatever. She'd be the first black woman president if Joe got to step down, whatever. I'm pretty sure she down with all that. Lamest terms. Just breaking down what this white lady saying. She trying to make it difficult.
Really wanted to present today because also the president and the vice president had lunch today at the White House, which is something they sometimes do, but notable that it happened today and that she's going to be with him tomorrow for the 4th of July celebration as well. So
where was her ass at during the debate? She just said they had, Kamala and Joe had lunch. She said they do it every now and then now. Where was Kamala ass at when he was up there at the debate? Why was she just said Kamala gonna be with him today in the next day. What the hell? I'm gonna rewind so y'all can hear it. Where was her ass at for the debate? He needed help.
Had lunch today at the White House, which is something they sometimes do, but notable that it happened today and that she's going to be with him tomorrow for the 4th of July celebration as well. So they're trying to really project this image of unity when behind the scenes we know there are a lot of really difficult and intense questions being raised. Gabe.
Yeah, Monica, the president is now telling supporters that his bad debate performance was because of jet lag. He said that in a fundraiser last night, but he did have more than 10 days, about 12 days to rest up before the debate once he got back to the U.S. How is the White House explaining that? I know the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, was asked about that this afternoon.
Yeah, repeatedly, because when the president raised that last night, it was notable that he did so without teleprompters. So clearly that's something that he wanted to share.
See, Joe say he got jet lag. Y'all hit the like button. The like button is free. If your ass is in here, at least hit the like button. Yeah, you might not be a member. You might just hit the like. It's free. Joe said, how many days they said, I don't think you have jet lag for 2 weeks. Hold on, let me make sure I heard that right.
More than 10 days, about 12 days to rest up before the debate.
10 to 12 days. So Joe say he still got jet lag from 10, 12 days ago when he took that plane, damn it, and he got a cold. That's what Joe said.
How is the White House explaining that? I know the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, was asked about that this afternoon.
Yeah, repeatedly, because when the president raised that last night, it was notable that he did so without teleprompters. So clearly that's something that he wanted to share from his own viewpoint, or maybe that's something he really believes, and that is why he told donors that. But when you do look at the calendar, he was able to return from Italy to Los Angeles, where he participated in a mega fundraiser with George Clooney and former President Obama. But then he was able to really dedicate the next 11 or 12 days or so to debate prep if he wanted to. There were other issues and there were other events that he dealt with. And of course, during the course of his day job as president, he had to deal with some of that incoming as well, the White House notes. But over and over again today, the press secretary...
Where is Kamala? In all these clips, where in the hell? Bitch, where are you? He needed help. He needed help. She didn't help. She not a good wingman, woman, whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Tried to argue that there was jet lag from the overseas travel combined with a cold that came from it that really impacted his performance. But it does strain credulity, no doubt, Gabe, that could really be something that could take so long. But those are the president's own words. And he said that he nearly joked that he almost fell asleep on the debate stage as a result of that jet lag.
He did fall asleep on the stage. We finna watch it. I'm going to show y'all. Joe was asleep with his eyes open on the goddamn debate, and Kamala wasn't there to help.
My colleague, Monica Alba, thank you so much for your reporting today. Monica, thanks so much. And Saha, I want to turn to you. We know the president has now spoken to some top Democrats. What do we know about those conversations?
Yeah, that's right, Gabe. So here's what we do know. Just today, some 5 to 6 days after that shocking debate performance, President Biden has finally...
Why the fuck he look like the dude off Sesame Street to me? Which one? Hold on, it'll come.
Made contact with congressional leaders and has spoken to them today. And we know some names of the people he's spoken to. That includes Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. It includes House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who's still very influential in the Democratic Party, and Congressman Jim Clyburn, a crucial figure in President Biden's ascent in that Democratic nomination in 2020. Now, our sources and subjects did not reveal the details of those conversations, but we can kind of gather a hint from how the campaign has been, conveying to supporters what their position is in, calls with surrogates and talking points, including.
Now, this the ones he didn't talk to since the debate. There's Senator Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Jim Clyburn, whatever the hell, Jim Clyburn, Nancy Pelosi, and Chris Coons. So it's the ones that then called him, and yeah. Joe, is you all right? What the hell you got going on? You got dementia, you got like them 5 right there, the ones that then checked on Joe. When they watched the debate, they needed to check on Joe.
Including one memo that you obtained today. What they've been saying essentially is pointing to polls that don't show a huge change in the race. Of course, some polls do show a bigger change, statistically significant, like Wall Street Journal today, and other polls don't. They're focusing on ones that don't. They're also arguing that if polls do show some slippage in the foreseeable future, that would just be a moment in time. So there's a bit of a heads I win, tails you lose, argument that they're making with regard to the polls. They're also talking about how their fundraising has been pretty spectacular, both on debate day, that they've outraised Trump in the month of June, and they insist that Biden is not going anywhere because if he does, it would be pure chaos. And it would, in one email that...
in other words, Joe's saying he's not going to drop out the race. He ain't doing it.
The Biden deputy campaign manager sent out to supporters, it would be, quote, the best way for Donald Trump to lose. So bottom line, they're insisting that Biden's staying in, that he's not going anywhere. And for the first time since that debate, Joe Biden, the famous schmoozer, is finally calling these key allies that he needs to keep on board.
What the fuck is a schmoozer? Who he called the famous what? I'm too blowed for this. What's a smooth?
Biden, the famous schmoozer, is finally calling these for the first time since that debate. Joe Biden, the famous schmoozer, is finally calling these.
What did this nigga just say? What the fuck is a snoozer? Snoozer. What? I know what a snoozer is. He said smooth.
So, bottom line, they're insisting that Biden's staying in, that he's not going anywhere. And for the first time since that debate, Joe Biden, the famous schmoozer, is finally calling these key allies.
All right, fuck that. What's a smoozer? What's a smoozer? Somebody tell me what the fuck a smoozer is. I'm going to the debate. Fuck that. They lost me with that one. Fuck is a smoozer? Buckets. Oh, they could have kept that shit to themselves. We going to the debate. Watch this shit. This shit. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Listen to me. Before I even start this. This is not a regular ass boring debate. I'm not into politics. I tell y'all straight up, I'm not. I watched Obama debates, and I want to say that's about it. This shit right here is a fucking comedy. I'm here. Y'all watch. This shit is entertaining. Okay, and second of all, know this. Don't worry about the questions that they ask. Don't worry about like Trump or Joe. They don't stick to the topic. They ask them a question, then they supposed to have a certain amount of time to answer the damn question. And the question that they ask, they don't stick to the question. They just know it's not boring. Some boring ass questions they ask, but then watch what these niggas do. These niggas, they don't stick to the script. They just going at each other.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House.
Hold on, let me see. Can I get what y'all can see? A little better. Hold on.
We'll debate the former U.S. president.
I gotta make sure y'all can see
their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This CNN presidential debate.
This debate
is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in a rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Dick Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening.
Him and Dana, Joe and Dana don't give a damn what they asking. Watch this. They gonna be the two asking the question. Joe and Trump is just talking. They just talking to each other. They don't give a shit about these questions.
Is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determines their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals.
Now, see that? We just... Here, listen to that one more time.
A coin toss determines their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to
2 minutes to
answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and
1 minute each for responses.
Rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
Okay, now y'all, I just want to make sure y'all caught that part. Now watch this shit. They don't pay this shit no attention. Fuck these rules. These two niggas don't care nothing about them rules. Watch this.
Time for a candidate to speak. His microphone will be turned on, and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes.
See, wasn't no studio audience, and Kamala ass wasn't there either, because Joe needed help. Y'all finna see. Damn it, Joe needed backup.
Or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Damn it, Joe is 82. Look how Joe walked out of there. I'm just gonna let it run after this, but I just want y'all to see some key points. Look, watch how Joe walk out of here. Why didn't nobody walk him out? He needs somebody on both sides. Watch this.
Accept these rules.
Now, please welcome 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Man, look, don't wave, Joe, you gonna fall.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
This nigga walk in like the goddamn Avengers.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought on the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, but there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come from a household where the kitchen tables, things weren't able to be met during the month. It was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination that was left with the corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos. Literally chaos.
See, they talking about Joe need help, but Joe came out swinging on him, telling him, yeah, look at the shit he did. Basically what Joe saying. Joe saying, when I got in office, this nigga left me with a whole bunch of shit wrong. So.
And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they could include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, the bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job, a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that I
don't know, y'all. Joe might have had a cold. Y'all hear him keep cleaning, but he ate it too. He also could just,
himself in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you.
Trump, he finna ask him a whole nother question. Trump say, am I allowed to follow up? And Trump ain't finna pay attention to the damn question he asked, right? Well, he finna go right back at Joe.
I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China, it's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst problem.
What Juvi say? They was acting like a nigga that ain't never had shit.
Probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing. history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years under
Trump gonna keep going back to that leaving Afghanistan thing too. I'm gonna have to go. Joe left Afghanistan. He said it was the most embarrassing. Who trying to call me? My bad, y'all. Somebody trying to call me while I'm on live. Trump gonna keep saying it was the most embarrassing day, like, or whatever for the United States. So I gotta see how we left. Well, I ain't leave Afghanistan, but with his claim, because he gonna keep going back to that.
Both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt. Well, so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more.
Look how Joe looking at. Bro, look how Joe looking at him, bro.
More people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump.
Oh, see, he ready to go at him. He ready to...
We will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut, benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening?
Wait, 1,000 wait a minute, Joe. Which one? Trillionaires or billionaires?
We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America.
Okay.
And what's happening?
I got you, Joe.
They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'll wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, childcare, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID.
Shit, get it out, Joe.
Dealing with every person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything.
Hold on. I got to rewind. I can't understand what the fuck Joe. He's trying to say something. He's really trying to.
sure that all those things we need to do, childcare, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with.
Bro, look how Trump looked at him. I knew I wasn't tripping. Look how Trump looked at him.
Dealing with the solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President
Damn, he ran out of time trying to talk about this. Joe, you got to get it out. Where's Kamala? What is that?
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with.
With what, Joe?
Look,
what is that noise?
We finally beat. Look,
is his throat?
Dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Oh, damn.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us.
So hold on, Trump saying that since okay, layman's terms again. Trump saying since Joe been in office and Joe been the president, all the other nations and countries look at us like we weak, like we some weak ass niggas. That's the layman's term. That's what Trump's saying.
What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Tana?
And then Trump just called Joe criminal, but Trump on trial. See, this shit is entertaining. I can't make this shit up.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion bill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question,
Trump gonna have all them little sexy red bitches, they gonna vote for Trump because they gotta have them plan Bs. They can't. What they gonna do without them plan Bs? See, he a little slick motherfucker.
That you're asking, complex, but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back, religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this and getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was a result. It was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing.
See, that's what I'm talking about, like right there. Like Joe, I think he sleeps standing up. But I thought first, Then when I watched it again, Joe mad as hell right there. Watch when Joe gonna come back answering, but he answered like a 82-year-old man. It's like they want him to have more spunk than when he got there. Why I say he need to hit back up? Where would Kamala at? She fired.
Texas is different, Florida is different, but they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart, but you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things, you got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you, President.
Where's this information coming from? I ain't never heard that they was unaliving babies after like 8-9 months. Watch. But anyway, see Joe's face? Joe was waiting to come back. He wasn't asleep. Look at watch.
Support it, Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, that each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters.
See, Joe making sense. It just take a minute to get out, man. It take a minute if your ass is 82 years old. Everybody different, bro. You got I know some 80-some-year-olds that'll get on your ass quicker than a 20-year-old. Like the way they talk, they vernacular, you know what I'm saying? Man, you got some, she done got old. You older. You not gonna respond like what he's saying, but he needed backup. Like Kamala fired.
Ridiculous. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last, no politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected,
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the governor, former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican.
Look how Joe looked at him when he said
so
that.
he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. That Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period, period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing.
See, that's why I don't be into politics, because now I'm blowed. So when I get off here, I'm going to go look at Roe versus Wade or whatever and see what because now I want to know.
I think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President
Trump
Biden
still talking. Look, they cut his mic.
And something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers, significantly. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mother cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border legally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said. Look,
Lord have mercy.
We had the same.
See, Kamala fired. He needed backup. Watch how Trump look at it. He looking at him. Like, just watch this. He said, I don't know what he said. I don't even think he know what he said.
I've changed the law. What's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border legally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who was great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything across the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people.
Y'all see what I'm saying? Like, they going to ask whatever questions they want. These boys answering them questions. Yeah. The hell what you talking about? Let me finish talking about what he just said.
Those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades. And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with a bad border, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't.
Why we don't get to be in luxury hotels for free? How you do that? Where we get them? Where we get them cards or whatever it is from?
He doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all.
Yeah, he
doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also
my uncle had something with Agent Orange, rest in peace. But I'm trying to understand what Joe saying is. He just older, man. You gotta listen.
Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq. Living went next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
Joe done got crunk. You see, you wait a minute. Don't tell me Joe he ain't got no fire in him. Look at Joe. Joe say, you the chump, you the sucker. My son ain't no sucker, you the sucker. Your son just on powder. He ain't no sucker though, huh, Joe? Man.
That. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for a D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side was on your staff who said you said it, period.
So wait a minute, did Hunter lie? Who lied?
It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them for war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin, he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's
There's fools say they like me more than just about any of them. Any president, I guess. Trump be like, he like 12 years old.
On every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they've numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired.
So he's talking about the one that he fired that Joe said, wait, the lieutenant that Joe saying that said Trump called the soldiers a bunch of suckers and loose jokes, that's the one Trump said he fired.
for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
Pay close attention. Energy flows to where
the whole world blowing up under him.
If you are focusing on
President Biden.
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. There they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For what I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine.
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes...
Hold on. If he gave... Not him, because it had to be the government. But what are reparations at the end? Why Ukraine get 200? If you gave black people 200, how many billion he said? Is that enough for reparations?
$100 billion now or more to war. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more.
Over $200 billion to Ukraine. And black folks is homeless around America, boy. We ain't seen no reparation. We ain't seen no. See, that's why I be too blown to be in politics. But this is interesting. This is entertaining because these two fools is going at it. They on, yeah.
To Ukraine, he's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed.
We won't, yeah. Why that ain't brought up? Somebody need to bring it up. That's in politics. Whichever candidate is gonna let them reparations come on through, then yeah, that's who the hell I'm voting for. I don't give a damn about it. You just gave Ukraine how much? Over 200 billion? Man, stop playing.
So needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then do you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine.
Okay, so see, even though Joe talk how he talk, I caught that. Joe say they don't give him no money. They ain't gave him no $200 billion. They gave him, I guess, over $200 billion worth of weapons.
We have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one.
See, Joe shouldn't have, where was Kamala? Joe shouldn't have answered that. Joe should have said, they ain't got nothing to do with us, dog. They ain't got nothing to do with the United. We ain't got nothing to do with it. Joe gonna answer.
Everyone from the United Nations Security Council.
Damn, Joe just messed that up.
Israel to end the war. You have 2 minutes.
Did he stutter? Have a seizure.
Everyone from the United Nations Security Council.
Shit, Joe.
Everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7.
Whoa.
United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the
that wasn't no damn
United Nations.
You have 2 minutes.
Number one. Everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and NATO himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed. And
see, Joe, you got to rewind.
By the way,
when Joe talking, because I don't know what was he 82. Damn it.
I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
No, Joe, you're supposed to swing. You supposed to swing back at him, Joe, because he finna come right at you, Joe.
Let's go back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent 100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call
Where's all these billions, hundreds of billions coming from? Why ain't no reparations yet then? If hundreds of billions can go to Ukraine, can go, who else they just said where these hundreds of billions went? Right here. You see.
Separating us. the European nations together have spent 100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them, so you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all, you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is simple. I done paused it. Hit the like button. It don't cost nothing. And if you ain't subbed, then subscribe. It's that easy. That's how you help YouTube channels grow. You don't have to do super chats if you don't want to. That's free. Just take a minute right now, get out the comments, hit the like button, and yeah, just come on. That's all you gotta do, I guess.
Go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
No major.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that,
he said, I have to see.
We have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade.
Who spend all the money? See, I be too blowed. I catch everything. Who spend? We ain't spend nothing. Y'all, what did y'all spend? Where's these hundreds of billions? I keep hearing all. I'm hearing hundreds of billions too many times in this debate, man. Where is the money? Why? I'm going to keep screaming reparations. I'm going to get some t-shirts made just for me to wear. If they giving money out, they giving, well, I don't know no Ukraine. I'm a hush. Let me finish watching this.
Problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations. Because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this. I said, no. I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time?
See, that's one thing about Trump ass, though. He say a lot of bullshit, but he gonna tell you the truth. He be saying shit that he ain't supposed to even say. Like, and he don't give a damn. If it's a secret in the government, they ask, he gonna tell it. He gonna tell you. He talking about a secret meeting.
Don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia?
And then gonna tell you. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, we'll help you. We'll guard you, but you got to pay for it. I mean, I ain't no favoritism in neither one of these niggas, but that's the move I'd have made. Oh, y'all want some help? All right. Well, we got a whole military. It's gonna cost you.
Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied.
I watch this shit. This is what, when I told y'all this shit is entertaining, I don't do politics. I don't really, ain't my thing. This shit is entertaining. Now they asking about the riot, the January 6th, whatever. Now, he's still gonna like curb because he been curbing. You see, they don't answer the questions straight on with this anyway. They talk about what they want to talk about. They ask the questions, but then Joe and Trump just talk about whatever they want to talk about. But they gonna come back to it because he's not gonna really answer it. Like, just
in position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve.
Look at that nigga face. He know he getting his answer together, but it ain't there yet. So watch how he answer, because this nigga like, damn, he bringing that shit up.
Protect and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said,
they had to ask him again. They had to go back. He got, now his ass got 80 seconds left. So he didn't talk his way through. Remember, y'all, at the beginning of the video, remember the rules? It's 2 minutes for something and a minute and a minute. He didn't talk his way through the goddamn, he got 80 seconds left to answer about the January 6th shit.
That you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again.
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this, because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered.
This fool said National Guard or whatever.
To her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, he can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President, okay, see, that's Nancy Pelosi messed up at, if that's what happened, because I don't know. But yeah, so now he telling y'all, damn it, Nancy said it's her fault. He said Nancy said it's her fault. Nancy said herself to her daughter, that is a documentary filmmaker. He said he guessed that she take full responsibility. So if Nancy said that, that's where Nancy fucked up at.
Larry?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up to the Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching. being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well.
Now see, this where Joe's voice just low. But listen to what Joe's saying. Joe was in there with him when it was happening.
Encourage those folks to vote.
Liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up to the Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they've talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll not forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He didn't do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail.
See, Joe just that's what I'm saying. Kamala ass need to be fired. Because what Joe need is a translator right there to say, he knew about the shit. That's all Joe need. He knew about the shit. I was sitting right there with him. The nigga said they was patriots. Joe just said a whole bunch of shit. Well, whispered a bunch of shit in it, but see, Kamala ass fired.
Should be the ones who are being held accountable, and he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots, come on. When I asked him those first two debates we had, the debates we had first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing to, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people?
So the Proud Boys, for those that don't know, is they gonna have their Confederate flags. Some of them might have some of them might still have their original KKK outfits.
Oh, attack that Capitol. What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times.
I knew
he's going to be successful.
He didn't hit Hunter about 8 times in this debate already. Yeah, he's sweeping Hunter legs from under. Look at Joe's face every time he talk about Hunter. He's like, shit.
Yes. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo.
They keep throwing around this billion word like it ain't nothing, bro. They just, who gave who $1 billion for something for Hunter, I guess. Wait.
Things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give me a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started. I didn't have sex with a
this damn
You have the morals of an alley cat.
You got the morals of an alley cat.
You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give me a minute, sir.
I didn't see. Joe just needs some old spunk behind that. That's what Kamala was supposed to come in and like. Somebody, damn it, get somebody black to say what Joe need to be saying in this debate. Damn it. Trump come right back and say, I didn't have sex with the porn star. Oh shit. Hold on. Look. My shit confused now. Wait. Why is he quiet? Oh, I did
got that case. That case is
Give me a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official at DOJ into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know,
that man say Joe don't even know what they are.
My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that...
Well, hell, all y'all, let's all just run for president then. He just said hundreds of millions poured in for his campaign. Well, as of today, then I'm running too then. Let's all run. Everybody on here. Let's see if we can get us some hundreds of millions just by running for president.
It's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. the more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming out. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Did you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People come and
piss Joe off. Now Joe finna talk about his son, because Trump been talking about Hunter ass. He been hitting him with them blows.
Got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died. I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The people who the ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day, it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunk. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They
say 40 out of 44 of his past, they not fucking with him. 40 out of 44. Shit, foe. Who is the foe? Probably his wife, his kid. I don't know. That's pretty much everybody.
40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Are you aware that starting salary for cybersecurity experts is $100,000? Did you also?
Joe should be getting water in a Gatorade right now. This whole break. And a Red Bull. Damn, how long is the break?
Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What families still earn employment dropped to a record second term. You both faced live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in the second term. President Biden, while Black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, Black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
Yeah, Joe.
To acknowledge you made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small Black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of Black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're trying to provide housing for Black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporate corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses.
What the fuck, Joe? I gotta rewind. My bad.
Disappointed.
My bad, y'all. I have to listen to Joe twice. Cause Joe, he say shit, but he whisper shit, and then I don't know what be happening, but he gets stuck on words, and I don't know. I gotta hear this. I have to listen to it again.
That you haven't made more progress.
To acknowledge you made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small Black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of Black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're trying to provide housing for Black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporate corporations.
Shit, Joe, get it out.
Among these corporations that collude to keep up.
What?
These corporations that collude to keep people out of the.
He said corporations collude, I think is what he said, I think.
Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep up.
Cocoon? What's butterflies around this bitch now? Joe is confusing the fuck out of me. What is
Black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses.
Corporations that collude
and
to keep people out of their houses.
We find that the impact on the choice that Black families have to make relative to childcare is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce Black childcare costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for childcare costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those childcare protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
No, Joe, we don't know. We don't know. That was directed straight to the Blacks, and we don't know, Joe. We want to know, but it's on the fence, Joe. Joe say he done did a whole lot for the what? I'm gonna just watch.
39 seconds left. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly.
Well, fix it, Joe.
For the idea that any Black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home.
Man, fuck all that. Joe, reparations. Send everybody that's Black a check. I'm telling you, Joe, it's easy. See, Kamala wasn't there to help it. I'm telling y'all, Kamala is fired. She fired.
For example, I provided for the idea that any Black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home.
Fuck that,
so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those Black families and those Black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning.
Man, we don't care. Did you say ballooning?
Wait. Student loans that were ballooning. That if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they
Joe, we don't care about no debt, Joe. Damn that debt. Send niggas checks. That's all you gotta do. Why all these hundreds of billions going? And it wiped out the student loans. Now y'all don't have no more student loans. We ain't give a fuck about them student loans when we had them. You could have sent the money, man. I can damn near promise y'all, if they would have sent everybody the money that they paid to pay off their student loans, if they would have gave people a choice, like, hey, you want this in cash? You want us to send you a check? Or you want us to go ahead and pay this off for you? I don't even have to tell y'all how many people would have. All right, let me listen to Joe.
Paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt. All the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that.
Joe, we don't be knowing if we going to be here for the next 10 years.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing.
I don't know, Donald, because gas is going back down by $2 something now. Your ass had gas high as a motherfucker too, so what did you talk? Let's see.
Black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19.
Trump said they taking black jobs. What jobs is the? Let me.
18 and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic. And you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you, President Biden.
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 50% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who were in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any. We put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you.
There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded.
Okay, now I know one thing. These niggas don't stay on topic for this regard. Like, this supposed to be about climate. Boy, they about to go into all kind of shit.
History and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Let me just go back to what he said about the police.
See, I fuck that climate shit. See, I told y'all they ain't.
President to slow the climate crisis.
Let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. In the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name.
Look at Joe face when he said
population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic developments ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
It's a toss-up. It ain't like black folks want Trump ass in office either. We don't, at this point, this is exactly what this is for us. It's just entertainment. Because, yeah, I don't know.
38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president?
See, so what he said, the question, remember I told y'all, they don't give a damn about the actual question. He got 30-something seconds left. He didn't answer. He didn't use all his time talking about what he want. You know what I'm saying? What he wanted to talk about. That's what got me where I was like, I could watch this shit. Because they don't give a damn. They ain't following no rules.
To slow the climate crisis.
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O, best numbers ever. We were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
You just found out. That damn Trump
I had the best in all forms.
Trump say the economy, he had the best economy. Trump say he had the best water, H2O. Trump say he had, damn it, Trump say when he was there, everything was the best. That's his basic,
thing. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to.
I don't know how much he said he got for HBCUs.
I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs.
$15 billion. I don't know, I gotta see it. I don't even know. Who decide what his money get allocated to?
Historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and all that. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just have the money, but not to be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing with the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it, because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, where there's no way back, the only existential threat to humanity is climate change. And he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion. And China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money, because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody.
Look at Joe's face. Joe don't know what. Joe.
And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals.
If you want to take care of people, Donald, get them reparations, chop it.
And they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything? We're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress. And we're continuing.
Damn it, Joe, you wasn't supposed to say that. See? Where's Kamala? Her ass need to be fired. Joe say by 2035, we'll have clean, in layman's terms, we'll have clean stuff, air, water, stuff like that. Joe, listen, niggas don't know if we gonna be here in 2035. We need, Joe, somebody should have told Joe, let's just stick to what's going on right now. Right now, Joe.
To make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with them, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims
2035, Joe ass ain't gonna be here. Well, I ain't gonna say that. No, I'll take that back.
He might. The biggest hard up here, and he's really concerned about he claims
he don't like
the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way.
So every day.
Joe talked so much that time, they just said thank you. No, I'm just playing, his minute was up. Oh, yeah.
Millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're gonna, I'm proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one after, I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 80.
Damn, Joe. Hold on, man. I gotta listen to Joe again because he whisper and he get caught on words. Wait.
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share.
Just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're gonna, I propose everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay one.
Shit, Joe, get it out.
Everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
Okay, so basically what Joe's saying is, anybody, if you don't make over $400,000 a year, your taxes ain't gonna get messed with. If you make over $400,000 a year, then they'll, you pay more. And I think he said anybody making $1 million only pay like 1% because of the way. You gotta listen when Joe talking because you miss stuff. So I'm picking it.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only allows them to have that insurance.
Wait a minute, Joe. 400,000 or 4 million? Which one? Hold on. Told y'all, Joe, you gotta listen to him twice, sometimes 3 times. Oh, and my what's the name ain't matching, man. Y'all take a minute, hit the like button and get back. It's free, bro. Just hit the like button. Damn. Subscribe if you want to. I'm trying to understand what the hell Joe's saying.
It's where 400,000 people, 40 million people.
Okay, it's 40 million people. Not 400,000, it's 40 million.
Have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they in fact are poor.
How you get 400,000 and 40 million confused? It don't matter.
40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they in fact are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is we're in a situation where we talk about education for Black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 towards the tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing. And it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession. and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
Okay, so now these niggas fussing about who the worst president is.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of childcare, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of childcare in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of childcare for—
Break that down. Break what he just said. Y'all listen. Listen to the cost of childcare. Just listen.
Than $11,000 address this issue. But the average cost of childcare in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of childcare for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make childcare more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good.
And I told y'all, they don't stay on topic. Trump going back to the general that Biden is saying Trump said that all the ones that was buried was suckers and losers and all that. He going back to address that.
In your second term, what would you do to make childcare more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is,
listing your house isn't the only way to sell your house. Selling to us is much faster.
Shut up.
He doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire people.
This fool said he don't fire people.
He was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country.
I told y'all, these niggas is arguing about who's the worst president. Like, it's a thing. They really going at it about, for real. Hell yeah, I feel like Cat Williams. Obama, get back here. Nigga, you never heard of overtime?
Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world with the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who was the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. I
told y'all they're going to be arguing about who's the worst president. I didn't even know that was a argument that would be nice to have. I wouldn't even want to be involved in that argument. I wouldn't want to be a part of it. But they arguing about who's the worst, which one was the worst. And y'all still gotta hit the like button because this ain't matching up. I told y'all that's free. Y'all take a minute, do it right now.
It's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with childcare, he did for virtually nothing to childcare. We should significantly increase the childcare tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work, and we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make childcare more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me.
He ain't answered nothing about childcare. He going back on who the worst president is.
Affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the 2 of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I grow up and I see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on milk.
Wait a minute, Joe, you just confused me again. Did he say he did increase or will increase?
Knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on.
What?
He's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on milk.
He is a will, Joe, which
knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax upon anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important. Number 2.
Wait a minute, Joe. What? It's going to cost the average American $2,500 if what?
It's a tax upon anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But he said I'd never raise a tax upon anybody making less than.
Okay, he said he will never raise the taxes on anybody making below $400,000.
$400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more.
The what coming in America?
That's going to cost the tariff is 10% tax upon anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country.
Tariffs. He's saying that's what's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year. But I can't understand what he's saying. The what?
Taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax upon anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump.
Okay, now watch. Y'all hear what the question about is about opioids. That's the question. Watch how they do what the hell they want to do. Hit the like button, man, if y'all coming in. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. But watch this. Watch what they just asked about.
Despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest.
That's not what the question about. Y'all see what I'm saying? Listen.
And who are struggling to get the treatment they need.
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to...
Once again, see what I'm saying? Like, he got 67 seconds left to answer the original question that was asked.
Help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need.
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border were...
One of my students landed multiple six-figure jobs in cybersecurity within just 90 days.
Because I can't get, they getting their ass
It started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot.
I know this nigga ain't talking about the dog, the drug dog. They asked Trump what he did. He said, we got the best dogs. Bruh, the opioid crisis has been fucked up since in both they terms. Like, so I don't know how they gonna say Trump say he did a great job on everything. And Joe really can't even get it out to say it. So
nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border were it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen.
But you said grab him by the pussy.
At numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we used the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of...
Joe don't even know the name of the damn machines. Joe said fentanyl machines. What he's talking about is these big ass X-ray machines. They're more qualified and they're more accurate when detecting drugs. Joe just called them. Let's just watch. Let me see.
Detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more fentanyl be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl.
We need you to learn the name of the machines, Joe. We don't call them fentanyl machines. They got a name. We need you to learn the name of the machines, Joe, before you do another debate.
And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together.
Got to know
That's
that
what we
as
have
the
to
president.
do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage, we always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say a hostage.
I go to B where they just throw billions like it ain't nothing. He say every time it's a hostage, the United States of America pays $6 billion to get the hostage. See, that's what I mean when I say Trump say stuff that he ain't supposed to be saying. We ain't supposed to be knowing all that. He don't give a damn. He just say it.
Now we have a hostage.
$6 billion? Man, we could have been had reparations. Look up, just think about it. Yeah, that's what my head at. I'm blowed. And it makes sense. Why we ain't got reparations yet if all this money keep going? They dropping B's. Y'all don't hear this? Hundreds of billions.
A Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where he paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dan.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term.
86. 80, that's all I'm saying. Give Joe. Cat Williams one line. You gave Pawpaw the job. What now y'all expect him? Joe is answering questions. Joe is walking. Joe is riding bikes the way an 82, 86-year-old man do. I don't know what y'all expect. I will listen to Joe shit twice to understand what he trying to say. He 89 years old.
How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected in the United States Senate. And now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger. I'm a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 50 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market.
Shit, get it out, Joe.
Enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. the whole idea of computer chips. We brought off a lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what?
Investing
in what,
Joe?
To build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and our those who he calls up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you.
Right.
Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term.
See, Trump would be 82 if he win and be at the end of his term. So he 78 now? Like, you can't expect everybody to be as witty as Trump. Like, people age differently. Joe got some shit going on.
What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like, go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing.
Joe looking at his ass like, keep living. Just keep living.
To take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said.
Thank you. President Biden?
As you can see, he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way,
oh, Lord,
I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag.
Hold on, wait a minute.
To have a driving contest with him.
What contest?
Take a look at well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap when I was vice president down to a 6.
He said he got his handicap when he was vice president down to a 6. Don't quite know what that means. If you handicap, I thought if you was handicapped, what handicap down to a 6 mean?
But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap. Yeah. 8. But I have,
I've seen you swing.
Okay, he said he was an 8.
There you swing.
Okay,
let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
let's not act like children.
To a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins? And you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would see one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol. And in many cases,
a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol.
I believe the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol. And in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want in NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done, what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked.
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless?
He still ain't answered the question.
Who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these. But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week. Or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace.
No. Trump ass said he was running again before he even left the White House.
Else in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up by numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepted anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
Fool said something snapped.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
See, Joe, they need to be getting Joe Gatorade and stuff right now. Red Bull and some water. Red Bull, Gatorade, Red Bull, and water. That's what they need right now. Kamala ass fired. Because all he needed some backup. Yeah, see, they went and got him some refreshments. How long that took? Come on.
You have 2 minutes.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, for example, he wants to get away with, get rid of the ability of Medicare to, for the ability.
Spit it out, Joe. Shit.
Us to be, for example, he wants to get away with, get rid of the ability of Medicare to, for the ability to, for the us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Okay. Well, guess what? Right. We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter what how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have childcare. We're going to significantly increase the credits that people have for childcare. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all the stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden.
Well,
My new book, Keyboard Rich, How Anyone Can Earn Six Figures from Home with a Simple Bookkeeping Business, has...
Good evening from Hofstra University in Hempstead, New York. I'm Lester Holt, anchor of NBC Nightly News. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. The participants tonight are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. The commission drafted tonight's format, and the rules have been agreed to by the campaign.
That's enough for me.
The 90-minute debate is divided into 6 segments, each 15 minutes long.
I done seen what I need to see when it comes to Joe.
Achieving prosperity, America's direction, and securing America.
Joe.
At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off questions of both candidates.
Damn it, Joe.
Have up to 2 minutes to respond. From that point until the end of
I'm not about to just blame Joe. I ain't gonna do that. Kamala ass, she fired, bro. She fired. Joe needed backup. Joe needed backup. He needed somebody. He needed a representative or a translator. Like, and I ain't even trying to be funny because he 82, I think, yeah, 80, yeah, because they say he'd be 86 at the end of his second term if he win. Joe needed, it ain't nothing wrong if somebody translate for you and you 80 years old. If you 80 years old, if God has blessed you to be on this earth that long, where we come from, where I come from, you didn't earn the right to, somebody come say what I'm trying to say, but cause Joe get caught on Joe get caught on words that I don't know if he caught on the word or if it's like a slight seizure type situation. I ain't like, it's something going on, but that's all right though, cause he 82. He 82 years old. There's gonna be little things that go on. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have no business putting Joe on no bicycles at all. I don't care if he got training wheels on. He's 80. Joe ain't supposed to be on no bicycles. No bicycle. Joe ain't supposed to be walking up steps. Think about it. How many of y'all got grandparents for real? Just take the president stuff out the picture. Take the president, forget that. 80 years old, 82 to be exact. Joe ain't supposed to be walking up them steps by. That's why he fell walking up steps. Joe didn't fall walking down stairs, like trip on his feet, fall. No. Joe fell walking up the stairs because he ate it too. Somebody supposed to be on each side. Like, if that's your family member, y'all just be serious. Don't lie. Don't lie. Take the president part out. I don't care if it's your 82-year-old auntie or uncle or grandpa or grandmother. You're not gonna put them on no bicycle. I don't care if it's a tricycle. You're not gonna do that. You ain't gonna even let them walk up the steps by they, you know what I'm saying? Like, Joe need backup. Kamala fired. That's all I could really say. I want to see one more thing and I'm getting out here. Because just from today, because Joe came back to say he ain't going nowhere. Because after that debate right there, they kind of start saying Joe need to step down because he couldn't keep up with Trump or whatever. Breaking, if Biden drops out, new poll shows Michelle Obama would be, that's what it would be. Historic showing Biden impeachment reaches, hold on.
I was present for a call when Chinese transactions discussed, yes.
So, Mr. Galanis, isn't it true that when Joe Biden said he didn't interact with his family's business associates, that's not true, is it?
I believe it will be misleading to the point of being a non-truth.
I want to touch on the fact about the absent seat in the middle. Hunter Biden has chosen not to attend today's proceedings. I've given Mr. Biden exactly what he asked for before his deposition. It's clear that Hunter Biden knows his testimony would not withstand public scrutiny. Joe Biden has not been truthful about his participation in schemes to sell access and influence. And today's witnesses will show the American people a side of the story that the president and his allies on this side of the aisle are eager to hide. Mr. Bobulinski, can you tell us about your meeting at the Beverly Hilton with Joe Biden?
Okay, wait. This is live.
If you guys are here in Mississippi and you have got an old, struggling, barely working air conditioning system that you've been thinking of replacing, right now we can get you a brand new super.
This is live. It's a Joe. It's a Biden impeachment. Hold up.
Within a minute.
Okay. So Hunter, Jim Biden, and Joe Biden were in Los Angeles for a variety of business discussions. Joe was there to speak at the Milken Conference in May of 2017. I had lunch with Hunter at the Chateau Marmont, and he had asked me to meet with his father that night.
Showdown Biden impeachment reaches
where they hold the Milken Conference.
Conclusion.
And I got there and sat with Jim Biden, Hunter Biden, and we're just talking about what we were doing with the Chinese.
I didn't know they was doing nothing about an impeachment on.
And they had sort of coached me before Joe showed up to listen. We're gonna just keep things at a very high level. We're not going to go into a lot of details in this meeting.
Yeah, it's live.
And I just remember that discussion generally because it just struck me as odd. Honestly, Joe wasn't in the White House then, and that they were sort of framing it that way. And then Joe showed up, walked through the lobby of the Beverly Hilton Hotel. I stood up to shake his hand, and we sat down and spent 45 minutes to an hour going through my background.
So what?
You met with him that long?
Yes. This wasn't a handshake, a 2-second discussion about the weather. This was a 45-minute long meeting to an hour where we talked about a lot of stuff.
Very good. Thank you. Chair now recognizes ranking member asking for his questions.
But we're actually going to go to Mr. Garcia to begin.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you again. I just want to, just for the record, be very clear that in Mr. Bobulinski's testimony, he has provided zero evidence zero evidence of any sort of link between Hunter Biden and the president as far as it relates to the business dealings. And so once again, we're back to a hearing where no evidence is being provided of any sort of wrongdoing by the president. But I want to go back, Mr. Bobulinski. Actually, it's my time, sir. Mr. Bobulinski, I want to go back to the private deposition that we had. I was one of a handful of Democrats in that private, on the record, under oath conversation we had. And during that deposition, I asked you a question of which you gave a false answer to, and I want to go back to that. I asked you specifically who got you into the presidential debate that was attended by you and others, and that, of course, was a huge moment in that campaign, and you could not recall. In fact, you said, quote, "I do not recall who got me into the debate." Do you remember telling me that, sir?
You were playing semantics, trying to ask me as if somebody called me directly and gave me a ticket. Like,
I asked you. Let me. I told you. I'm going to reclaim my time, sir. I'm going to reclaim my time. What I said was.
Just ask me a question, Mr.
I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you, sir. Actually, what I asked you was, do you recall who actually got you into the presidential debate? You actually said, "I do not recall who." Into the debate. You did not remember who got you into the debate between President Biden and between Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
That's not a true statement.
Sir, you quoted, "I don't recall who got me into the debate." It's on page 102 of the transcript.
You did not ask me
I asked you that question.
Guest of Mr.
Thank you. I'll reclaim my time. I'm not asking you a question right now. Thank you very much, sir. In fact, here, as was shown by Ranking Member Raskin, we know that you were in the debate actually sitting adjacent and next to Trump officials. When we were confronted again on the same question, Mr. Bobulinski, if you were a guest of Mr. Trump's at the debate, you responded and you quoted, once the Wall Street Journal called you out, quote, "Is the Wall Street Journal God or something? Like you act, or this is some encyclopedia of fact." And you refused to still confirm that you were a guest of Donald Trump. So I want to ask you one more time, sir. Were you a guest of Donald Trump at the presidential debate?
Mr. Garcia, those were not the questions you asked me in my transcribed interview.
Wow.
You were trying to
answer the question, sir. Were you a guest of Donald Trump?
Of Donald Trump at the gate or at the debate.
You were.
That was obvious to everyone in the world at that point.
Oh, it's interesting.
You were asking me semantic.
Thank you, sir. So you were a guest. That you answered the question, because at the time you said in the transcript under oath, "I don't recall who got me to the debate." So just to be clear. So I want to keep going. So you also call yourself, you're not a political person, yet you went to a presidential debate on behalf of Donald Trump. I also want to make it clear that you made numerous claims and allegations. You made them today. You've made them before. And yet, even though you're not a political person, this is also another photo of you. You actually chose to show up at a press conference for Donald Trump prior to the debate because you're not a political person. Did you show up to a press conference for Donald Trump before the debate?
I can't qualify whether it was for Donald Trump.
Do you know who invited you? Sir, who invited you to the debate? Donald Trump, you said. Who invited you to the press conference?
Why do it matter? Who is he?
Who invited me to get? My lawyers coordinated things, and I showed up at a.
Well, sir, I will tell you, it was Jason Miller, who it's been very clear, it's been reported, who actually worked on the part of the Donald Trump campaign. Here you are at a Donald Trump press conference, and you can't remember how you got to the press conference. You refuse to answer how you actually got into the Donald Trump debate with Joe Biden. Do you remember speaking at the press conference?
I do, very clearly.
You do. Do you know who Jason Miller is, sir?
I do know of him, yes.
Do you know that he was a Trump campaign staffer?
Mr. Garcia, you keep asking me semantical questions. You underestimate that I had 3.
Hold up. Well, I'll reclaim my time. Thank you very much. It's interesting, sir, because you show up to a pre-debate press conference. You show up to a presidential debate, both invited to by a person running for the United States. You know the stakes are high, yet you have no idea how you got to the press conference. You don't remember how you got to the debate. And here you are speaking at a press conference of which the national media, so how did you get to this press conference?
I flew on a plane.
Who invited you?
Are we going in circles?
Who invited you to the press conference?
My lawyers told me I was invited to come to Tennessee.
Who is he?
At that point, I was trying to get the truth and the facts out to the American people. At that moment in time, if I recall, I believe 80 million people watched that debate. And that was probably the
Thank you, sir. I reclaim my time. Well, with that, I think it's very clear for someone who got to a Donald Trump press conference or a Donald Trump debate, you're completely an uncredible witness, sir. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the Chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've previously heard.
Hey folks, I'm no advertising spokesperson, and there's not going to be any bottle rockets or fireworks in this ad.
I don't know how
Told by his family members.
Impeachment.
One such example of this could be seen in a June 6, 2017 WhatsApp message where Hunter Biden told a business associate that he was not willing to, quote, sign over my family's brand, close quote, or give them, quote, the keys to my family's only asset. Mr. Bobulinski, can you confirm that President Biden is the brand being sold by his family members? Thank you. During his deposition, Hunter Biden repeatedly testified under oath that his father was not involved in his business in any capacity, and that there wasn't even a connection between his father and his businesses. Here is just one example. Quote, I just state for the record one more time, under oath and under penalty of perjury, my father has never been involved in my business. I have never asked my father to be involved in my business. My father has never benefited from my business, and I have never asked anyone or my father to do anything for the benefit of anyone I've ever done business for, close quotes. Yet the Ways and Means Committee released a WhatsApp message that were provided by the IRS whistleblowers showing that Hunter Biden wrote on July 30th, 27, quote, I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. I'm sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Moreover, you testified that Hunter was not shy about his ability to get his father on the phone. And Devin Archer testified that there were multiple instances in which Hunter placed his dad on speakerphone. Mr. Bobulinski, was Hunter Biden telling the truth when he testified under oath that his father was never involved in any of his business dealings?
No, he was not. Those are all blatant lies.
We continue to hear claims that President Biden was not involved in his family's business dealings.
This fool must be the new YSL Woody, so he the white YSL Woody.
However, IRS Special Agent Joe Ziegler provided documents to the Ways and Means Committee, 327 emails, many of which involve Hunter Biden and Hunter Biden's business associates. Mr. Bobulinski, do you have any personal experience that leads you to believe that Joe Biden was involved with Hunter Biden's business associates and business dealings?
Yes, I do.
You want to say a few?
To outline how Joe was involved?
Yeah.
Yes. Different congressmen and women keep trying to say that there's no evidence and use the word involved, which is a very opaque language. If Joe Biden was not involved in his son's business dealings, why, after flying all the way across the country to the Milken Conference, where there is next to Davos, is probably the biggest conference in the world, why would he take 45 minutes out of his night, 10 a.m. meeting? It was 10:40 in the evening. He's an elderly man, flew all the way across country to sit with me for 45 minutes to an hour to discuss my background, the business we were doing with the Chinese, his family's background.
Speaking of the business with the Chinese, in October 2020, Joe Biden asserted that his family had not earned money through business dealings in China. However, IRS whistleblowers shared evidence that the Biden family made at least $1.1 million from their business with China, including $100,000 in payment from CFC, China Energy, and a $1 million payment in exchange for legal services that were never provided to a CFC official, Patrick Ho. Mr. Bobulinski, do you know whether the Biden family made any money from China?
They did, millions of dollars, I think approximately 8 to 9 million.
The Biden family has made millions of dollars from China, correct?
Correct.
And you said at least 9 million?
Yeah, I think it's actually over 10 million, but I'll leave those details up to you guys.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Parnas, for being here today. Your involvement with the real Russian hoax about Joe Biden began in 2018 when, as a big donor and a big supporter of Donald Trump's, you were introduced to Rudy Giuliani and you began working with him to dig up dirt on Joe Biden, Ukraine. If you can just tell us quickly how you got involved in that.
Yeah,
yes, I was a donor at the time.
Oh, they got another damn spot.
Doing business with Rudy Giuliani. He got involved in a business I was doing called Fraud Guarantee. And in the midst, we started spending a lot of time together until eventually in November of 2018, he approached me and asked me about my connections in Ukraine. After telling him about people that I knew and things that I heard, at that point, then he wanted me to go to Ukraine to find Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor general.
And basically, he wanted to go from his fraud guarantee to guaranteeing a fraud on the American people. But after turning over every stone and going down every rabbit hole, including interviewing Viktor Shokin and Zlochevsky, the owner of Burisma, did you ever find the smoking gun or any evidence that Donald Trump was looking for to paste on Joe Biden?
On the contrary, Representative Raskin, not only did we keep hitting dead walls and not finding the smoking gun, but we kept running into sources of the information that was coming out of Russia.
In fact, Joe Biden was part of a global campaign, including by the United States, to oppose corruption and to go after the corrupt forces in Ukraine. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
At what point did the campaign to dig up dirt on Biden become a campaign to spread disinformation and lies about Biden?
At some point, when we hit a few brick walls, I saw the shift between the BLT group, which included John Solomon, the media personality, and Rudy Giuliani and other Trump lawyers, to start trying to push narratives that were they were not validated. We had no way to validate them. Basically, a letter would come over from somebody in Ukraine. I'd hand it over to John Solomon. Next thing you knew, he was on Fox TV with Sean Hannity.
At what point did Mr. Giuliani begin working directly with Russian agents and Russian assets, individuals who would later become sanctioned by Donald Trump's Treasury Department for spreading propaganda and disinformation against Joe Biden?
It was sometime in probably around May, June of 2019.
Were you aware, was Mr. Giuliani aware that these people were basically just doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin?
Absolutely.
So he had no hesitation about spreading lies that were concocted by Russian agents?
As long as it fit the narrative, absolutely not.
How were you and Giuliani able to take these false allegations peddled by corrupt officials and Russian agents and promote and amplify them here in the United States, in our political system? Weren't media groups skeptical of your claims?
Most media groups, I'd probably say all except for Fox and a few other right-wing media groups, didn't want to take any of the information, and that aggravated Rudy Giuliani and John Solomon and other players. And the main group that was being pushed through was Fox, Sean Hannity, and some other media personnel over there. But then there was also other people that were doing the bidding for the Russian people in Congress, like Senator Ron Johnson, like Congressman Pete Sessions, that sits here right now. That was
he telling on people that's right there
into finding of the digging dirt on Joe Biden.
Is Putin's war on Ukraine today, which has cost hundreds of thousands of people's lives, is that part of the vaunted Russia hoax?
Absolutely not.
Is it real?
Yes, absolutely.
I want to ask you a more personal question, if I might, Mr. Parnas, because in my several years living through this extraordinary period of American history, I've tried to ask people like Michael Cohen and Cassidy Hutchinson. I've wondered about people like General Milley, General Kelly. Why did you break with all of the deceit and corruption and lies of Donald Trump? How did you get out of that culture?
I mean, it was very difficult. I actually had to hit a brick wall myself and get arrested, and to be able to get out of that cult, because when you're in that cult, when you're around them, you have blinders on, and you're only able to see a certain amount of information. You're only able to hear the certain amount of information. You're not allowed to go out of the circle. And if you go outside of the circle, then you're not in the circle. So eventually you brainwash yourself to believing certain things that are not true. when I was arrested and able to, and had some time to reflect and really understand what was going on, I started realizing, looking back and thinking back to moments in time of where I started thinking myself that this can't be true and we're doing something wrong.
Well, thank you for telling the truth and helping America to end this nightmare. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ranking member just said that quote, Joe Biden was opposed to corruption. Really? So opposed, he leveraged $1 billion of American tax money to fire the prosecutor in Ukraine who was investigating Zolochevsky at Burisma, the company Hunter Biden sat on the board of. Wow. And the prosecutor who replaced Shokin, that Mr. Parnas referenced in his opening statement, Mr. Lutsenko, guess what he did? He took Zolochevsky off the wanted list and dropped the charges. Wow, he's really, really opposed to corruption there. Mr. Bobolinsky, who's the big guy?
Joe
Are you sure about that? Because when
Jordan, Joe Biden.
You're sure?
I'm 1,000% sure.
Because when Hunter Biden did his deposition under oath, he said, I don't know who it is, even though he was copied on an email that said H will hold 10% for the big guy. You sure it's the big guy is Joe Biden?
1,000%. And there's other text messages that back that up, that the brave whistleblowers, Shapley and Ziegler, have produced, not from my phones, not from my BlackBerry that I took screenshots from. They took them from subpoenas directly from Apple's iCloud that back up the fact that Hunter knew the big guy was Joe Biden.
The big guy is the big guy is the lift. The big guy is the one who showed up at golf outings, who took phone calls and meetings and lunches and dinners with Hunter Biden and his business associates. Is that right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Mr. Galanis, you referenced in your opening statement, May 4th, 2014, you were at a party at a restaurant in Brooklyn, New York. Can you tell me who else was there?
Yeah, it was a birthday party, so there were more than 100 people there, but amongst them was Devin Archer, myself, the host, Alex Kuklarski.
It's everything you wish for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing until this happens. Be careful.
Phone call that took place. Tell the committee what happened with that phone call. Who was involved in that phone call?
As I testified in my opening statement, it was Yelena Baturina, her husband, myself, Hunter initiating it, Joe Biden on the speakerphone, and Devin Archer.
So there was a little pull aside where that group of people you just described were pulled aside, and Hunter Biden called his fathers or called the vice president. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And then tell me what was discussed on the call.
The discussion I testified was a relatively short discussion, but it was a discussion about Yelena and Yuri coming to town. As they testified specifically, they talked about being good to his boy, and it was.
Well, let me ask you this. Mr. Gulfport, let me ask you this. Did you get the impression Joe Biden was expecting the call?
Yes, to me it was clearly set up ahead of time. It was an arranged call.
So this was arranged, this was coordinated. Hunter Biden calls his father, then vice president, and I think in your deposition he said this, I'm here with our friends that I told you were coming to town. So it's our friends, and I told you this was going to happen, which suggests that it was most definitely coordinated. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
And again, can you tell the committee who Miss Baturina is again?
A Russian billionaire, wife of the former mayor of Moscow, served for near 20 years as the mayor.
She's the wealthiest woman in Russia. She'd already given money. She'd already given money to Hunter Biden and his business before this meeting in May, and then subsequent to that meeting, she committed to give more money. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So subsequent to the coordinated call, the arranged call that Hunter Biden had with the vice president of the United States, the wealthiest woman in Russia commits to give millions of dollars more to Hunter Biden's business. Is that all accurate, Mr. Galanis?
That is accurate, yes.
And again, this was a pull aside done at this, and you know that it was coordinated. Is this what they call access to the brand, access to the Biden lift? Is that what you would describe it as, Mr. Galanis?
I don't think there's any doubt that that was the intent of the call and the objective, yes.
And it followed the motto. It followed the statement that you all agreed to: say it, forget it, write it, regret it. This wasn't put in writing. This was a phone call on a speaker that was all, there's no writing about this. It was all done that way. That was how the business operated. Is that correct, Ms. Grillanes?
Yes.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Well, they got another
Mr.
snitch.
Chairman, I want to make an observation here. I've been on this committee, this investigating committee, for over 20 years. And as an attorney before that, I have sufficient training and experience to say that with high confidence that when you review the entire record of evidence of these hearings going back over a year, you've actually provided more evidence to impeach Donald Trump for a third time than you have in so much as laying a glove on President Biden. We keep on hearing about the Biden family. When you hear someone say the Biden family, that translates into we have no evidence on the president, so we're going to use the Biden family to try to implicate President Biden. But by the constant bumbling and continually shifting arguments here, you've done nothing more than exonerate President Biden. We heard initially for months, we heard about the Hunter Biden laptop. And, there were absolutely some embarrassing photos on that and some awful information about Hunter Biden's personal life. I will admit that. Then you bring in your own witnesses, your legal experts before this committee and have them testify. And what they said was amazing. They said there was no evidence to even suggest that there was support for articles of impeachment against the president. That was your legal experts, the Republican legal experts that said that. Then we have statements by Mr. Jordan saying that Mr. Smirnov was the most corroborating witness that the Republicans had, the strongest witness that they had. And of course, after that, we find out through fabricated, false, and submitted by the inducement of Russian agents going after President Biden and trying to undermine our democratic system. And now we come to a point where, since that witness blew up, now we're going to prison, and we're reaching out to witnesses who have been convicted and sentenced to prison for stealing $80 million from the pensions of innocent workers. We can't get any lower at this point. That's your star witness. I want to remind people he's sitting in prison. That's why he can't be here today. He's sitting in prison for scamming workers' pensions. I mean, how low can you get? Then it's the Republicans' idea that this is the best guy they can get to testify against the president. This is the best guy they can get. A guy sitting in prison who can't even be here. Mr. Parnas, you've talked about your own direct involvement with Mr. Giuliani, and you said that your mission was to dig up dirt on President Biden. Can you talk to us about the coordination between yourself and Mr. Giuliani? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Congressman. So basically, it was a shadow diplomacy run by Trump and Giuliani, where Giuliani was the shadow diplomacy Secretary of State. I was his right hand and basically the point person in Ukraine to not only dig up, validate, search, whatever needed to be done to try to find up some corruption against Joe or Hunter Biden to be able to present. Once I would receive whatever information I received, I would then meet with him, John Solomon, other members of the team like Pete Sessions and Derek Harvey or other people there to discuss what we found. At that point, from there, Giuliani would then go to the White House and share with the president. And that was the line of communication.
You said also in your testimony that that members of this committee, the Republican leadership, should have known before Smirnoff was indicted that this information was fabricated about President Biden. Could you talk about that?
Congressman Lynch, not that they should have known, they did know. They knew exactly what was going on. They knew that the evidence was not vetted. This information was just coming in from anywhere from left, right field, and was being pushed straight to the halls of Congress without zero verification of it.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, my time has expired and I go back.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Before I recognize Mr. Palmer, I'd like to enter into the record the testimony of Tony Bobulinski with the committee on February 13th, 2024. It corrects the record of Representative Garcia's, who did not provide your entire testimony. On page 147, you told the committee about your understanding of who invited you to the events referenced by Mr. Garcia. So without objection, I'd like to enter into the record the entire transcribed interview of Tony Bobulinski.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter for the record an article from today's Daily Beast entitled Texts Reveal for Key Anti-Biden Witness Bobulinski.
Okay, Daily Beast. Without objection. Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Bobulinski, I have very limited time and I want to get through a lot of information, so please answer these questions with a yes or no, if you don't mind. You have met Joe Biden, isn't that correct? In fact, you had a meeting with Joe Biden, isn't that correct?
Two of them.
One of those times was before the Milken Conference in Los Angeles, May of 2017. Is that correct?
It was during the Milken Conference.
You provided a great deal of documentation to this committee. I want to show you some messages between you and Hunter Biden be on the screen here in May of 2017 before you first had a meeting with Joe Biden. These are messages between you and Hunter Biden dated May 2nd, 2017. Do you recognize these?
I do.
At the bottom, Hunter wrote, "Dad, not in now until 11. Let's me and Jim meet at 10 at Beverly Hilton where he's staying." Jim is James Biden, President Biden's brother. Is that correct?
Correct.
The next set of messages is, if you put those on screen, is between another business associate of Hunter Biden's and you. His name is James. Do you recognize it?
I do.
At the top, you write, "About to meet Hunter, Jim, and I guess Joe at Beverly Hilton Hotel." Joe is now President Joe Biden. Is that correct?
Correct.
This chat between you and Joe Biden, Joe Biden's brother, you write to Jim, "Great to meet you and spend some time together. Please thank Joe for this time. It was great to talk. Thanks, Tony B." You met with Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and Jim Biden the night before the Milken Conference in 2017. Is that correct?
I did, and Jim Biden perjured himself by trying to deny that.
Thank you, Mr.
Damn, so much information I ain't even asking him for.
Correct?
Correct.
You can provide more details around that meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
I didn't ask for the meeting, so I wish Hunter Biden was sitting next to me and he could under oath describe it. But the only reason why I was meeting with Joe Biden and the only reason why I was there is because I was the CEO of the enterprise that they were putting together with the Chinese company CFC.
So can you give me a little more detail about what was discussed in the meeting?
Well, as I said earlier, before Joe Biden showed up, Hunter and Jim Biden coached me, said a sort of outline that we wouldn't go into a lot of details. So through the 45 to 60-minute meeting I had with Joe Biden, it was about 10:40 p.m. after he flew across country, we talked about my background, my family's military background, the different business ventures I'd done around the world, the family I worked with. Joe spent time talking about his family, some of the tragedies that they had lived through. And at a high level, Hunter actually introduced me to Joe because before Joe came and sat down with us, Hunter said, "Hey, give me 5 to 10 minutes. I need to read my father in on it."
So when you're referencing Joe and Hunter's father, you're referencing President Joe Biden.
I am.
Correct. These four images, well, in this message you sent to James again, you said you spent more time with Joe and Jim this morning. And to be factually correct, that's President Joe Biden and James Biden, his brother. Also saw them last night, including Hunter. These four images show a pretty clear record of meeting with Joe Biden in May of 2017, Mr. Bobulinski. Hunter Biden, during his transcribed interview, testified that the meeting did in fact take place. And after being asked, did Mr. Bobulinski meet with your father during the trip, Hunter stated he met with him in the lobby of the hotel. When asked who attended the meeting, Hunter replied, "My uncle and myself." But when asked whether the meeting at the Beverly Hilton between Joe Biden, Jim Biden, Hunter Biden, and Tony Bobulinski took place, Jim Biden testified, absolutely not. These stories don't match up. Mr. Chairman, Jim Biden also told the committee that Joe Biden did not meet the Chinese businessman Xi Jinping. Rob Walker, by known as a friendly witness committee, said the opposite. So, Mr. Chairman, it appears to me that there are material inconsistencies between the witnesses' testimony. These witnesses' statements appear to me to be irreconcilable. In short, Mr. Chairman, someone appears to be lying to the committee. The inconsistent testimony seems to come from Jim Biden, the president's brother. Lying to Congress is a serious offense, Mr. Chairman, a criminal one, in fact. And if the Bidens or anyone else has come before this committee and lied to this committee, I strongly encourage the committee to pursue criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. One last thing that I want to ask, and Mr. Bobulinski or Mr. Galinas, have either of you heard of any offer of a pardon for anyone involved or associated with or partner to the Biden family enterprise corruption investigation?
I'm sorry, that was a question.
Have you heard of anyone being suggested that a pardon might be in order for anyone associated with this enterprise?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Bobulinski. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a parliamentary inquiry. We've heard for months now and seen the photo of that BlackBerry with the cracked screen. Does the committee have in its possession the data from Mr. Bobulinski's phone from which he's allegedly taken these pictures? Because I think we need the data that they keep referring to. And maybe Mr. Bobulinski could just turn it over to us, or we could subpoena it today.
We have the images that we have shared with you.
Right, I saw the picture of the cracked BlackBerry, but do we have the underlying texts that are being referred to by my friend, Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Bobulinski previously said he'd be happy to turn over his phone.
We have pictures of all the text message screenshots that we provided with everyone on the committee.
Okay. And all right. Well, of course, he's just given us, obviously, the ones he's selected. I'm wondering whether we could get all of those texts. And I would move that the committee subpoena Mr. Bobulinski's BlackBerry phone on which messages with Hunter Biden and the NATO Holdings partners are saved. He's stated that he's willing to provide it to the committee, so it should be rather simple.
Mr. Chairman.
Somebody don't want him to have that phone.
Yeah. Okay, there's a motion to subpoena Bobulinski's BlackBerry.
Yeah, with the texts that were just referenced by Mr. Palmer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jordan.
I move to table the motion.
There's a motion to table.
I request
the motion is to table is not debatable. As many are in favor of tabling may signify by saying aye. Aye. Damn. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, what we're doing is we're tabling evidence here, which you keep relying on. So I'm going to ask for a recorded vote for that. Yeah. That just makes no sense.
A recorded vote is ordered. We'll suspend for a moment. We don't. This is a.
Because still people ain't.
Committee hearing, we don't have the clerk. Will somebody go find the clerk?
Well, he trying to hurry him get it done. That fool said, everybody say aye, aye. No, no. Man, they.
He said it. Did he
what
say
Jordan did?
Did he say?
Would Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Man, what Jordan did.
Mr. Minority Leader.
I ain't even
you think it's possible that the witness would voluntarily just give it?
But I had understood actually that Mr. Bobulinski had volunteered when he was asked about this. It would simplify things if he would just turn it over the BlackBerry.
Well, he did very clearly say he's happy to turn over his BlackBerry to the committee. We then asked for it at the deposition. He didn't. We've asked the majority to ask.
Mr. Goldman, you're out of order. We're in suspension here waiting for the clerk to come so we can take the vote that your side of the aisle requested.
This is live, bro. I can't make this up.
This is Jurassic. Jeez.
Mr. Ranking Member. Mr.
Boy, they trying to get him out of there.
I solely want to underscore the importance of
I'm
this.
sorry, gentlelady's out of order. You can come back here and talk to him if you want.
Wherever he is, he ain't bullshit.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We don't even have.
You're gonna. I said Ms. Ocasio-Cortez would have to come up. You will as well. Sorry.
He is not playing whatever it is he want. Whatever that happened to Biden, he won't happen. And I don't know what Joe done did. I think Hunter did it. Whatever they talking about, Hunter did it. But they ain't making it clear yet. And they don't want that phone. Old boy that's sitting there running his mouth, he happy to give him the phone. But it's other people in there that were saying no. Why they saying no? Why they don't want him to? Boy, they done muted it too. They don't even want us to hear what they saying. They in there. What did Joe do? Shit, Joe. I don't know how long they gonna take with that. I ain't even know this was on. All I seen was Biden impeachment reaches climactic conclusion. U.S. News, Congress hearing live. So Joe ain't just worried about the next debate. Joe ass worried about getting impeached. I ain't even know that. Damn, Joe, what did Joe do? I don't even think Hunter had to do it. Cause Joe don't be knowing what the hell be going on. And what are they saying? Why they got it muted so long? They just took a recess, right? They trying to get that phone. Oh, they trying to get that phone. Oh boy already said, yeah, here go my phone. He happy to tell him. He wait. He saying so much, he telling so much. They had to stop him. Like they was like, hold on, wait, we'll get to that. Like, so it ain't him that's
Mr. Chairman,
holding up, giving him his phone.
Just an invitation to regular order. We have Democratic clerks who are faithful to the rule of law and could do this. If you're waiting for clerks, we'll all be here to watch, to document their work. So, I mean, in other words, if you want to conduct the vote with the Democratic clerks, we can do it.
Well, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner.
I must mean no.
Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett. Ms. Green. Aye. Ms. Green votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton.
Okay, so I must mean yes.
Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
No.
All them saying
Mr.
no don't
Mfume
want that
votes
phone
no.
being brought up.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Nay.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter. Ms. Bush.
Wood Bush.
Ms. Brown. Ms. Stansbury. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost.
Damn, Mr. Garcia voted no.
Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no.
I want
Ms.
to know what's in that
Crockett.
damn
No.
phone where they don't want their
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman.
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Chairman.
I vote yes. And how is Mr. Burleson recorded?
Mr. Chairman votes yes. Mr. Burleson is not recorded. Mr. Burleson votes yes.
How is Ms. Boebert recorded?
Ms. Boebert is not recorded. Ms. Boebert votes aye.
How is Mr. Turner recorded?
Mr. Turner is not recorded. Mr. Turner votes aye.
How is Mr. Frost recorded?
Mr. Frost is not recorded.
Oh, he getting the
Mr.
ones
Frost
that say
votes
yes.
no.
How is Mr. Fallon recorded?
Mr. Fallon is not recorded. Mr. Fallon votes aye.
How is Ms. Porter recorded?
Ms. Porter is not recorded.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no.
Will the clerk tally the report?
Yeah, please, so we can know if y'all gonna let this phone in here, because I want to know what's in it.
So who's next? Who do I read?
Are they nervous?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 16.
The ayes have it. The motion passes. Chair now recognizes Mr. Conley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bobulinski, in your deposition, you were asked about taking a picture of your phone, and you said, and I quote, "I still have that phone. I could put that phone on this table right here, and every person in this room could look at that individual text and validate that it's a legitimate text and the date and time stamp on it.
Do it.
Are you willing to provide the committee voluntarily with the BlackBerry referenced and that phone?"
Yeah.
I'm willing to sit in a room with both the chairman and the ranking member with my phone and their staff, and we can go through each and every text message. As I said in my interview, I had a forensics expert plug into my BlackBerry, somebody who's done extensive work for the FBI for over 10 years with an interest of pulling all the data off that phone so I could provide it to the committee. Unfortunately, they were using Cellbrite software, which is a software that the FBI uses, and they were unable to pull the data off the phone.
Okay.
So I am more than willing to sit in the room with the Mr. Chairman and the ranking member and their staffs with that BlackBerry fully charged, and we can go through each and every message. If
Well, that's some progress, and I appreciate that, but you can understand, I'm sure, why the committee wants to look at prima facie evidence on its own.
Well, I can't understand why you're trying to
Excuse me,
imply
sir.
that I have cooperated.
Mr. Bobulinski, this is my time. You can understand why we would want to look at evidence raw and unbiased so that we can make our own determination. But thank you for your willingness to cooperate, at least at that level. Mr.
wasn't willing to cooperate.
You observed back in 2023 in a letter you sent to Chairman Comer that there were flagrant examples of Giuliani interfering in Ukrainian politics, unquote. Why would Giuliani be interfering in another country's politics?
I mean, Giuliani would do and say whatever he needed for the purpose of getting the information he wanted to secure Donald Trump 2020 election. So just a prime example of one of the things he did, he had a close relationship with then a boxer, Vladimir Klitschko, who was then the mayor in Ukraine. When the new president came over, there was rumors about maybe him not staying in office as mayor of Ukraine. Klitschko flew to New York, met with Rudy Giuliani, and then on a meeting that we had with Andrei Yermak in Spain that was relevant, had to do with President Zelensky announced an investigation into Joe and Hunter Biden. At that meeting, he also brought up the Klitschko situation and basically told Yermak that if Zelensky got rid of Klitschko, President Trump and the American people would be very upset about that because we love him and he needs to be in there.
So was Giuliani just doing this as a rogue on his own because he was a patriotic American who loved Donald Trump, or had somebody encouraged him to engage in this kind of political interference in another country?
I mean, I think he was encouraged by Donald Trump.
Personally?
Personally, yes.
That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In your letter, you also said that Mr. Giuliani was to, quote, deliver a precise message in very strict words, unquote, with respect to the administration of the then newly installed president of Ukraine, President Zelensky. What did you understand a very strict message, or a message of very strict words construed, and what was that message that you delivered that was in very strict words?
Yes, Congressman. He basically told me not to be nice, to be very stern, and relay the message that unless Zelensky announced an investigation into the Bidens by Monday, this was Sunday, that there would be no cooperation, no aid to Ukraine from the United States, and the Vice President Pence at the time that was scheduled to appear for the inauguration would not appear to the inauguration.
That would seem to corroborate that very famous and beautiful telephone conversation between President Trump then and President Zelensky, basically saying, but I need a favor, and hinting that there'd be withholding of military aid until that favor was delivered. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. I was a part of setting up that phone call, that famous phone call that Trump had with Zelensky.
I think your testimony is very important, Mr. Parnas, and it's under oath.
Yes, sir.
I thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Taylor Greene from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Biden continues to lie to the American people about his role in his family's businesses. In 2020, he stood up on stage of a presidential debate and told the American people that his family didn't take any money from China. That was a lie. Not only was it a lie, he knew it was a lie. He knew it because he met with his son, Hunter Biden's Chinese business associates. I want to talk about CEFC, which is the China Energy Fund Committee. Mr. Bobolinsky, who is Chairman Yi?
Chairman Yi was the chairman of CEFC.
Thank you. Jim Biden told the FBI and IRS that Chairman Yi was the protege of Xi Jinping, the leader of the Chinese Communist Party. Mr. Bobolinsky, Rob Walker told this committee that Joe Biden met Chairman Yi. Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
I am now. I wasn't at the time.
And Joe Biden also met with you, is that right?
Yes, he did. Twice.
Who is Director Zhang?
Director Zhang was the number 2 at CEFC.
The executive director of CEFC, the number 2?
Yeah, he was the number 2 executive, but really the point person that I worked with and the Biden family worked with. And he's the individual that Hunter Biden was shaking down at the end of July 2017, demanding that they fund the $10 million. They ultimately sent $5, but $10 million directly to Hunter Biden's account, Owasco.
Thank you, Mr. Bobulinski. I want to show you a text message that Hunter Biden sent to you and his other business associates. I'm holding it right here. I'll read it to you. Hey, Tony, I have an idea. In light of the fact we are at an impasse of sorts, and both James' lawyers and my chairman gave an emphatic no, I think we should all meet in Romania. He's speaking about my chairman. When Hunter Biden came in for his deposition, he said that he was referring to Chairman Yi, and that the rest of your group referred to Zhang as a different chairman. Does this make any sense to you?
That's a lie. I never heard Director Zhang referenced as chairman, and I had direct communications with Director Zhang over WeChat, met him in Romania, met him in Moscow, met him around the world in New York, trying to develop this business, and he was never referred to as the chairman, first of all. Second of all, that makes absolutely no sense in the context of this message, because we are discussing Oneida Holdings LLC.
Thank you. So he was not the chairman, just to clarify. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to show you another text. When he said his chairman, he was talking about his dad. This is from Rob Walker. It didn't seem to make much sense to Rob Walker either. So he said that when Hunter, he said this to you, when Hunter was talking about his chairman, he was talking about his dad. When Rob Walker came in to give his transcribed interview to the committee, he basically said, well, Hunter was high or confused or mad. And Rob Walker said that he was just trying to calm things down between you and Hunter. But that doesn't really answer the question about who Hunter Biden is talking about. Hunter Biden lied to this committee. So here, clearly, he says, Rob Walker's saying he's talking about his dad. So I want to be very clear. We've established that Zhang is not the chairman, obviously. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
Let me show you another message. This message doesn't call Zhang Chairman Zhang, does it? It just says the Chinese want to do business with the Bidens. As a matter of fact, it says both coming to be my partner, to be partners with the Bidens, with an S. He, Zhang, is implied, has implied that the number one has made it clear and available to him. Who is the number one?
Joe.
The number one is Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping, the president of China? Yes or no? The leader of the Communist Party, the CCP?
Yes.
Is the number one?
Yes, that's the number one that Hunter is referencing in that message.
Now, let's be very clear. This was in 2017, but I would like to make it known for this committee that Joe Biden told the press in 2016, as a matter of fact, I quote, yeah, I am going to run in 2020. He told the press in 2016 that he was running for president of the United States in 2020. So here is the Bidens doing business in China. And to be a serious problem, Mr. Bobulinski.
I do, and I wish this committee would thoroughly investigate it and focus on all the evidence that the SDNY has on CFC. They had FISA warrants, so they were recording conversations, and I wish they disclose all that data and fact to this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Bobulinski. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognize Mr. Kristamorte for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Parnas, Rudy Giuliani tasked you with, quote, a mission to travel the globe to find dirt to damage the Biden's reputation in the 2018-2019 timeframe, right?
Correct. Yes.
And this was in an effort to secure Trump's
re-election
as president in 2020, right?
Correct. Yes.
And by dirt, you mean evidence of wrongdoing or criminality, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your travels, you found, quote, precisely zero proof of the Biden's criminality, right?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of the Biden's corruption in Ukraine because, as you said, there truly was none, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, interestingly, you have looked for dirt around the world about the Bidens and specifically Joe Biden in particular. And you say the FBI, CIA, NSA have all failed to produce any evidence of criminal wrongdoing, right?
Correct.
Not only that, but former Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko stated, quote, there's not a single word of truth to these allegations about Joe Biden, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Now, there's a guy named Yuri Lutsenko, who's the former prosecutor general.
Man, why I can't say none of these
and
people
he
names?
also, quote, confirmed that nothing ties the Bidens to criminal activity in Ukraine, right?
Correct.
And then there's another prosecutor general named Victor Shokin, who also said he conceded, quote, he had no evidence that either Joe or Hunter Biden had ever interfered with Ukrainian law, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you know this is because you talked to each of these people, right?
Yes, sir.
And your job was to try to dig up dirt or manufacture dirt, right?
Yes, sir.
And yet we have conducted months of hearings, and because there's been no evidence of wrongdoing, you've called this whole impeachment inquiry a, quote, wild goose chase, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, interestingly, we've heard from the other side that, quote, the real quid pro quo wasn't Donald Trump. It was Joe Biden when he tried to hold up foreign aid when he was vice president in exchange for firing the federal prosecutor in Ukraine that was investigating the corruption from his son. Now, you, again, looked for evidence to support this claim. There is no evidence, correct?
Correct. That was false.
In fact, firing the prosecutor would make it more likely that they would go after the company in question, Burisma, not less, right?
Well, the ironic part is the reason why majority of the world and Ukraine and the Obama administration wanted to get rid of Victor Shokin because he was corrupt, not because he was investigating Burisma, because he was stalling investigations for UK that was looking into a $23 million they wanted to get out from Zlochevsky, and Shokin stalled that investigation.
So it was the logic is just the opposite of what the majority claims is to be the case, namely that they say that somehow Joe Biden was out to fire the prosecutor to reduce the chances of a prosecution of Burisma. But actually in firing that prosecutor, he increased the chances of prosecuting Burisma, right?
Absolutely correct, yes.
So let me just talk to you about what some of the other witnesses in this impeachment inquiry have said. Jonathan Turley, the constitutional expert the Republicans brought forward, said there's no evidence of which he was aware to support impeaching the president. You agree with that, correct?
100%.
Garrett Graves, a colleague of ours, said just last week, quote, have I seen anything that is impeachable? No, I haven't. You agree with that statement as well?
Yes, sir.
Last year, our Republican colleague, Ken Buck, who's about to retire, said that evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden, quote, doesn't exist right now. It doesn't exist now. It didn't exist then, right?
That's exactly true, sir.
Sir, how many times have you met Donald Trump?
Well over 10 times, I'd say. I'd have to count, but lots of times.
Is there anything that you'd like to relate to us about your conversations with Donald Trump that would bear on the conduct of these proceedings?
I mean, Donald Trump was aware of everything that was going on that day in the Red Room when we were in the White House. After Rudy bringing Donald Trump up to speed on that I could go out to Ukraine and get Victor Shokin, Donald Trump approached me, shook my hand, said, thank you for all that you're doing. Keep up the good work, patted me on the back, took pictures, and I was off to Ukraine.
To meet with Victor Shokin?
To find Victor Shokin, to bring him back here to meet with Lindsey Graham.
Got it. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes.
You from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, we've heard time after time Joe Biden, say that he had no knowledge whatsoever about the business dealings, and that changed. He had never allegedly had any conversation with Hunter. Then they moved the ball to say that, well, he didn't have any business dealings, he wasn't involved, didn't have any financial contribution. Since then, we've uncovered about 20 shell companies, and we have bank records that bring light to that. And while we can't cover all 20 shell companies in 5 minutes, I wanted to focus on one, and that is Rosemont Seneca Bohai. Rosemont Seneca Bohai is interesting. Devin Archer had testified, and he said this in his testimony. He said that this entity, quote, was used as a common entity, owned 50-50 on a handshake deal between Devin and Hunter splitting these shares. Actually, that was your words, Mr. Galanis. Do you stand by those words?
Yes, I do.
And Devin Archer agreed with that. He said Hunter was a corporate secretary of RSB and had a handshake 50-50 ownership deal. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And primarily this company was set up to initially as a place to hold equity from equity stake of Bohai Harvest. Is that correct?
What I was told by partners at the time, it was set up to do that and invest in other businesses. I think Devin Archer subsequently testified to that effect. It included monies that were paid from the bond fraud, $15 million that was wired to that RSP account as well. Yeah. So it conducted multiple transactions as you depicted in that diagram.
And even if this were legal and there was no impropriety here, it's very concerning because this company's set up to basically compete against America's energy interests at the behest of CCP. Then we have other flows into Rosemont Seneca Bohai from Burisma. We all know about Hunter's $1 million salary that he received for sitting on the board and providing no actual function there. And so we have $1 million salary going through Rosemont Seneca to Hunter Biden. And then this is interesting. We have a meeting with Kazakhstani Kins Rekashev. And what gets me here is the $300 at the end of the $142,300 that goes into this. And then the next day went to a Porsche dealership for a car for Hunter Biden. What's interesting about all of this, of course, is that each of these not only flowed money through the shell companies to Hunter Biden, but each of them also involved important meetings with, of course, President Biden. And so on December 4th, we have coffee.
Man, Joe ain't know what y'all was talking about.
Who was one of the members who started Bohai Harvest. And he was connected with the CCP. They were having trouble getting licensed to work because, of course, the he has to get permission for that until Hunter flew over on Air Force Two with Vice President Joe Biden at the time. They met with Jonathan Lee. Hunter introduced him. Joe ended up writing a letter of recommendation to Jonathan Lee's daughter to get into college. And then we see that this relationship continues to be formed. Of course, in the Ukraine, we know that April 16th, 2015, Joe Biden had dinner with a Burisma official at Cafe Milano. Seemed to be a popular spot because Joe Biden also had dinner with Kins Rekashev there. All in flow to going here. And of course, as Tony Pawlinski has pointed out several times, this all comes down to eventually the one big guy who gets % for the big guy. And so we know that all this money flowed through this to get to Hunter, and then we know
well, I do this impeach Joe, though.
10% went to the big guy.
Hunter
so
is the one they keep on saying did it.
Mr. Bobolinsky, does this general pattern of Hunter offering foreign access to Joe Biden, Hunter gets paid, and then Joe gets a share of that. Is that basically what the general practice across many of these shell companies were?
Congressman, as I outlined, the big guy is clearly Joe Biden. The details of some of those transactions I was not involved in, but that's clearly how they operate.
But that's the pattern that we've seen over. And Mr. Galanis, you said at the beginning that Hunter didn't really provide any sort of intellectual propriety asset value or anything of the sort, that his entire value was the brand. Is that correct? How did you state that?
Yeah, we didn't rely on him for any work product other than delivering the Biden lift.
The Biden lift. And one more question for you, Mr. Galanis. Did you offer to provide information on Hunter Biden and Devin Archer back in 2016 to prosecutors and the SEC, and what happened there?
Yes, through counsel, I had offered to provide information on that to the SDNY, and I subsequently also did the same thing to the Securities and Exchange Commission, which was interested and subsequently was told to quash that interest. I understood that to be an order from the Southern District of New York to quash the SEC information.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Goldman for 5 minutes.
Man,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have 5 minutes, Mr. Bobulinski, so I'm going to try to move quickly, and I'd appreciate if you just answer the questions. You testified that Joe Biden was involved in your business venture related to Oneida Holdings and Hunter Biden. So I want to drill down on the crux of what your testimony is. Oneida Holdings is the business venture that you are referring to, correct?
When I'm referring to what? Can you
any business you did with the Bidens?
My reference is the Hogg Holdings LLC, and Oneida Holdings LLC own 50% of that.
Right. And Oneida Holdings was the 50% that was on the American side of that Hogg deal, right?
It was the 50% that was the Biden side of it. Some of the, James Gilliar is not an American, so.
Sorry, fair enough. And it was a joint partnership memorialized in an incorporating document, correct? And it had equal shares divided among 5 partners. Is that right?
I can't. Well, are you asking me about what you're holding up? Because you're
sir, was it an equal? Were there equal 20% shares among 5 partners?
In what?
Oneida Holdings.
In the final signed documents?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
It is?
It's not complicated.
Well, it is because.
All right, you're just filibustering now. The answer is you're filibustering. I get it.
You're filibustering.
There were 5 partners: Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, Rob Walker, James Gilliar, and you. Each owned 20%.
Well, they didn't each own, their LLCs owned it, which is a material.
Do you see Joe Biden or an LLC related to Joe Biden on this?
I don't know if Joe Biden owned any of Jim Biden's LLC or Hunter Biden's LLC. I'll leave that up to the committee.
Okay. And do you know when this agreement was entered into?
The poster board that you're holding up, or the actual legal document that was signed?
The agreement, sir.
The agreement.
The agreement was signed May 22nd, 2017. Who was the vice president then?
May 22nd, you said? I think it was Mike Pence.
Who was the president?
Donald Trump.
Okay. When did you first meet Hunter Biden?
I first met Hunter Biden in early 2017.
When?
A day or
the month.
An hour?
Month is good.
Month? I believe I briefly met him in New York, but I spent the first meeting I had extensive time with him was in early May 2017.
Okay, and that was around the same time that you had those 2 meetings with Joe Biden, right?
It was, but prior to that, I knew.
So look, you have said, sir,
through the documents.
Can I please reclaim my time, sir? As I said, we have to move quickly here. Unfortunately, in your testimony earlier today, one of my colleagues asked you about that meeting at the bar, 45 minutes to 60 minutes. And you were also asked about that in your transcribed interview. And in neither of your answers did you mention any discussion that you had at that meeting with Joe Biden about the Chinese business venture. Yet, in grandiose terms here today, you have declared that Joe Biden was involved and that you have mountains of irrefutable evidence to support it. So let's look at the mountains of irrefutable evidence. You provided the committee with a screenshot of a text message that is between James Gilliard and you, dated May 11th, 2017. You see this? I don't know if you can see it. If you can't see, it's just you and James Gilliard, though, right? You remember this text message, I'm sure.
Generally, yes.
All right. And in it, Gilliard writes, "Man, you are right. Let's get the company set up, then tell H and family the high stakes and get Joe involved." And 2 days later, Mr. Gilliard sent an email to you, CCing Rob Walker and Hunter Biden, in which he suggested a division of the company and included a proposal of, quote, 10% held by H for the big guy, question mark. You remember that, right?
The infamous email with the big guy? Yes, I do.
Did anyone ever respond to that email?
Yes, they did numerous times.
Sorry.
Hunter Biden himself did.
Excuse me. You're right.
Well, no, I think that's important because Hunter Biden has claimed that he didn't respond to it, and he responded to it.
You're just going to filibuster. I reclaim my time that's running out, but I will say no one responded to the big guy reference for 10.
Thank you for making my point. They didn't have to respond because they all knew the big guy was Joe Biden.
I reclaim my time. Mr. Chairman, please control the witness. I would like to get a little extra time, Mr. Chairman, because I want to read what Mr. Gilliard said to the Wall Street Journal. Quote, I would like to clear up any speculation that former vice president was involved with the 2017 discussions about our potential business structure. I am unaware of any involvement at any time of the former vice president. The activity in question never delivered and project revenue. 9 days later, the agreement without Joe Biden was signed. You and James Gilliar wanted Joe Biden involved, and that is why Hunter Biden dumped you and did the business
That's a
on his
blatant
own.
lie, Mr. Goldman. You know better.
Chairman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bobolinsky, thank you for being here today. And we appreciate the candor of your responses, sir, which is reflective of the way you handled yourself in private testimony and deposition. So I thank you for communicating truthfully to the American people today. I'm going to ask you about the China Energy Fund Committee, the CEFC. You familiar with that, sir?
I am.
Is this a multi-billion-dollar company, like a Fortune 500 company at one time?
It's even bigger than that. If you go back and look at its financials in 2016 and 17, it was probably one of the 5 largest private companies in China.
So exactly. So this was a major operation that had a lot of money, and apparently, I'm going to hold up a memo here from this is a chart from the second bank memo, and it shows disbursement of a total of almost $24 million for diamonds. So you have a major Chinese company spending a lot of money on diamonds, and apparently diamonds were used as a means of payment for the Biden family. We know that the Bidens have testified that admitted to having 2 diamonds. We suspect that there are many, many more, $23 million worth of diamonds. Are you familiar with the exchange of valuable assets to pay the Bidens other than electronic transfers of monies? Are you aware of payments in diamonds, payment in cash, payment in board memberships, etc.?
Am I generally aware of it,
Yes,
or was
sir.
I involved? Yeah, I read Jim Biden's and Hunter Biden's transcript multiple times. Jim Biden in that transcript references 2 diamonds that were given to Hunter Biden. One, he implies, was in 2015 by an individual who he couldn't recall his name, but the individual's name is Scott O., who is a surrogate for CFC. And then apparently a second diamond was given at a meeting in Miami. And I really want to set the record clear. I was not at that physical meeting. I was in Miami, but I was not at that physical meeting. That's what I told the FBI in my transcribed interview.
Are you aware, Mr. Bobolinsky, of a pattern of bribery, of bribe payments coming from the China Energy Fund?
I'll tell you what, this Bobolinsky dude, he all over the place. That's like, he they version of YSL Woody.
Committee?
I appreciate that question. I wish everyone on this committee would read the 1,200 pages of testimony in an 8-day trial in the SDNY where Mr. Goldman used to work while the actual trial was going on, that accused numerous executives, ultimately Patrick Ho, of corruption, bribing, leaving shoeboxes of cash to a variety of political figures in Africa.
Exactly. So, Mr. Bobolinsky, from your perch within the Biden family operations and their interactions with major businesses in China and the exchange of millions of dollars that are known. We track them through bank records, through suspicious activity reports, through emails, through communications that this committee has documented. There's no debate that millions and millions of dollars flowed into the Biden family's bank accounts. But the existence of other forms of payment is fascinating because diamonds are untraceable. We really don't know how many diamonds the Bidens received, do we?
We don't. And for somebody who's been to mainland China,
Biden's got all
probably
the
10 plus
diamonds?
times, Hong Kong probably 15 plus times.
Yeah,
I
let
had
me
hundreds
share-
of people, Congressman, I had hundreds of people working for me in mainland China. At one point, I never got a diamond from any businessman or woman.
So, Mr. Bobolinsky, I shift quickly to a text message. Are you familiar with this? It's from a gentleman named James.
Generally, yes.
Yeah, it says, don't mention Joe being involved. It's only when you're face to face. I know you know that, but they are paranoid. And there's a response saying, okay, they should be paranoid about things. And then there's a response saying, for real. So what is meant by don't mention Joe being involved? It's only when you're face to face. I know you know that, but they are paranoid.
Well, I think it outlines how the Bidens operated, not specifically just with CFC. You have Galanis here testifying and numerous other witnesses that have given you tremendous amount of evidence that outline they worked to obfuscate it, create layers of obstruction. That's the reason why Rob Walker was getting sent millions of dollars instead of Hunter Biden directly. That's the reason why Devin Archer was receiving millions of dollars instead of going to Hunter directly. You guys have a mountain of evidence that stacks high and answers that question on how they obfuscated. They lived in a world of plausible deniability.
Thank you, Mr. Bobolinsky. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Norton from D.C. for 5 minutes.
Bobolinsky
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He want Joe impeached.
Mr. Galanis, thank you for appearing voluntarily for this hearing from Alabama. I understand you are currently serving a 189-month sentence in federal prison, almost 16 years, after being convicted of not one, but two, but not one, not two, but three different schemes. The victims of your schemes, as the judge who presided over your criminal prosecution noted, included, and here I quote, one of the poorest Native American tribes in the country, as well as pension funds held for the benefit of transit workers, longshoremen, housing authority workers, and city employees, hardworking people, everyday people, among others. The court also noted that you personally benefited from these schemes, and again, I quote, using over $8 million, almost $9 million, for lavish personal expenditures, including home expenses, automobiles, travel, clothing, jewelry expenses, and meanwhile, investors were left with nothing. But this is not your...
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Granger's got your safety needs covered, literally. Shop.
I want to hear what she's saying.
Mission charge you 2005 with accounting fraud in connection with your involvement with Penthouse magazine. And in 2010, you were convicted of attempted tax evasion and were sentenced to 5 years probation in order to pay nearly $2 million in restitution. In imposing your prison sentence, the judge noted that you are, and here I quote, an extremely talented man, extremely gifted in his interpersonal skills, uncommonly so. He is very persuasive as an individual, and those were the tools in his tool bag of the fraud he committed and the people he ensnared, his intelligence, his interpersonal skills, his charm, if you will. And this is something that is not unseen in people who are commonly referred to as con artists. Another judge who presided over your case referred to you as, quote, a skillful con artist. A skillful con artist, that is who my Republican colleagues are relying on to carry their water in this sham impeachment inquiry after their last star witness, the author of the infamous FBI Form 1023, was indicted for lying and outed as a likely Republican agent. It is time we put an end to this pathetic and desperate inquiry. I yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Ms. Norton, thank you very much. So for more than a year now, we've heard innuendo, rumors, propaganda, big lies, but no facts, no evidence that could reasonably support the finding of impeachable high crimes and misdemeanors against President Biden. In our first real impeachment hearing, the majority invited several expert witnesses who came together, and their witnesses agreed with that there was nothing that remotely approached the level of proof needed to support a finding of high crimes and misdemeanors that one would impeach a president for. And now we come back again today, and the majority has two witnesses. One, the designated con man as determined by two different federal courts, not without talent, but someone who deploys his talent towards
I can already see where
the
that's going. They ain't gonna impeach nothing. He just called both their witnesses, one a con man, one whatever. I'm okay. I ain't know that was going on though, so I had just caught it. But I'm getting off here, man. If y'all ain't subscribe. If you ain't hit the like button, hit the like button. Both them free. I'll holler at y'all on Lil Pimp C.
Which James Madison said are great attacks on the Republic itself.